All right, we are live. It is Thursday. It is our new needle felting day, at least while we are on the summer, warmer months streaming schedule. And we are going to be picking back up with this guy today. I don't quite know if we'll be able to finish him today. I'm hoping so. I got the husband to help me with getting the wood measured and cut for our frame. We'll see how that works out. Why we're kind of starting a little bit early here to see if we can get to the finish line on this guy. So just a little bit of water there. I am using acrylic yarn instead of roving. Roving is your traditional fiber of choice for doing this needle felting stuff, but for those that might be allergic to wool, you can go the acrylic yarn route. I go the acrylic yarn route for budgeting reasons, because it's a little bit easier, a little bit gentler on my pocket and bank account doing it that way. So we are down to working on the foliage here in our foreground. Sorry, I just noticed I had stabbed a little bit of fluff through the tape. And that's not gonna quite work for what I want to do here. Don't want it through the tape. Sorry, tape, I'm sure you're lovely, but don't really need you to become one with my piece here. So I just kind of made a little fluffy snake piece out of my yarn. Just like just the tiniest drop of water on my palm, just to give my hand enough friction to try to shape it, to get everybody kind of tightened up there. And we're just gonna continue with where we left off, putting in our little planty bits. It's hard to tell because it's silhouetted if they're like dried, dead out. If they're dried, died out remnants of some flowers or what's going on, but we are currently working on our plant matter silhouettes. And the good thing that will work to our advantage is that, you know, it doesn't need to be precise for this part. They can be a little wobbly, they can be wonky, they can be kind of diagonally, and it'll still look fine. Not like a building that we need to be a bit more precise if at all possible. This can have a little bit more wiggle room and personality to it. So that's a slightly diagonal, and that's fine. So I grab just a touch of water on my finger and shake off the extra. just wanted enough on my palm to be able to try to work out some shapy doos here. Kind of stab that down. Get both of my ends attached here. And you're supposed to kind of go at this and tap into it with your needle straight up and down. But if you go in, sorry, my corner of my eye got super itchy there for a second. But if you go in at a slight angle, then you can kind of move your fluff around a little bit, kind of carefully walk it into position, essentially slightly nudging it. You need to make a slight adjustment. All right. And I know it can be kind of difficult to tell if all of it's attached, but you know, just kind of do your best. Just attach it to where you're happy with it, essentially, and then, you know, you'll be good to go. That's all that really matters. Okay, I'm gonna kind of take a little section of that tail piece there. Now I've got my finger kind of sitting there just to kind of try to keep it from pulling too much fiber in any one direction before I'm quite ready for that. So, I mean, my little planty silhouettes here, they're not gonna fully match our reference photo. And you know what? That's fine. It doesn't need to fully match it. What we've got happening here is just fine. Now, I don't think I'm gonna add the glow around the other, like around some of these pieces. I think I'm just gonna kind of lay our silhouettes in because it's gonna get really tough to get quite that thin and that precise. I mean, I could try to come back and sew it in a little bit, but I kind of don't want to. So, and you know, again, it's your piece. You do with it how you want. It doesn't have to be exactly the same as your reference photo because it's a reference. So I hope everybody's had a good week so far. It looks like There's some wild weather starting to pop off in the middle of the country here. So I definitely need to be paying attention to that. It's going to be a long night for us. Because they've got us in like heavy thunderstorms from like 2 a.m. to like 7 a.m. and then more thunderstorms for the rest of, or at least part of the late morning, afternoon. It's going to be a long day tomorrow. I'm hoping that we don't have to cancel Planet Zoo tomorrow night. Kind of depends on if we're able to get any sleep tonight or overnight. Like, if it's just gonna be a regular old thunderstorm, then doggos really our only main issue with trying to sleep. But what we really need to do is make sure that these storms don't suddenly decide to turn squirrely on us, because it has been extremely windy here all afternoon. And they are saying that we could be in for some severeness at some point overnight here. They've been talking about it for a couple of days, so I'm like, well then. So definitely trying to keep an eye on that. I don't have any weather happening in my ears at the moment. I was watching it before we got started, though. Kind of, sort of. In between trying to get some more little known galaxy recorded, and we are getting closer to the end on that. I think I got 6 episodes of that recorded. I still have to edit it, but I got it recorded, and that's the tougher battle, is getting that done. Editing on that doesn't take me long, because I don't super hardcore edit that. I think so far there's like one thing on that recording session that I'm like, I should probably cut that part out. And it was me realizing I forgot to hit record on part of it, and I was like, no! Could have swore I hit record. Looked up to see how far into that recording session I was, and I was like, what do you mean it's not recording? And I couldn't like walk back the game time because that game saves when you sleep, and I had already completed one day and it saved, and I was like, no. So that like kind of threw things off a bit there, so I was like, dang, that's not good. That's not helpful at all. Right. Yeah, so I really wasn't sure. Still not really sure how long this part is going to take us. Like, I'm still not really super certain. I mean, these are kind of feeling sort of cornstalky to me, but you know what? It's fine. Doesn't really matter. We're just trying to get the coloring in place. And just the base idea that it is some sort of planty stalks and leaves and what have you. And it's totally fine for them to overlap. Probably a little bit better if they do. Kind of give it that more layered up look that we're kind of going for here. Okay. This guy. Worked on into here. And if you like wanted them to pop up off of the frame or off of the piece, you could always kind of felt them into a somewhat 3D shape before attaching them if you want. Like if you wanted your frontmost pieces to be like that. That is also an option. It's going to take a little bit more time. And I don't want to put quite that amount of time into this piece. But that is an option to you. Just kind of depends on how far you want to take it. So today, Littles, the cat, was being more her normal self. Still being cautious around the boys and kind of hiding a lot of the day, but she was out and getting pets and eating, and she let me brush her for a little bit. So I guess she was just mad at the boys that night. Entirely possible. I'd be mad at them too. Sometimes they're a lot. Bean and Cow were roughhousing pretty good while I was trying to record at times today. This is probably a little bit longer than it needed to be. You know what? This guy, gonna kind of take up to the top edge there. And then we'll just kind of work you on down, and it's okay if it's a little wiggly. That part is fine. Not a huge problem. I wanted to get a tall guy kind of laid out here. Don't know if I'm gonna put the leaves or flower buds or whatever on him just yet. Okay. So, I mean, it takes a little bit of time. I mean, I'm not trying to speed demon my way through it either. Okay. I'll get this guy kind of smushed into here. Now, let's see, I could kind of snip that off. If you do snip anything off, do so carefully. Make sure you don't snip like your actual project that you're only snipping off the extra. And also, you're going to want to make sure that you come back and tap down that area that you just snipped, because you're going to have a lot of little fuzzies, a lot of little fibers sticking up from where you just made that cut. Just so you can kind of, doesn't look half bad from the back either. So you can kind of get those worked back down in there. Alright, I'm not going to do the leaves on this one yet. I did just kind of want to place him so I could kind of figure out how I wanted to keep going here. And I could kind of take you that way. And again, this, like anything else that we've done, is going to come down to personal preference. Like how many of these you want in here. How layered up you want to go. All that stuff. This guy, I'm gonna kind of take to there. See how well that works out, but at least that's the plan for the moment. Okay. So now to kind of figure out how we want to approach this guy. Suppose we could do like some little like baby V notches maybe. Maybe kind of sorta. as best as we can in there, because it's going to be a little feisty. And that's okay. Doesn't need to be super symmetrical, and it probably shouldn't be. Little guys popped into here. Oh, maybe not quite there. Yeah, that's a little better. We've got this guy. Get them worked into there. Now, if you don't like the silhouetted look, that's fine too. You don't have to do it. I mean, you can just stop at the sunrise if you really want to. Okay. And again, as many or as few of these little leafy dews or flowers or whatever you want to put on here. Space them out however you want. Okay. I'm kind of trying to do like the slightest kind of curve on there. Kind of like a very shallow V, kind of like a banana shape. Doesn't have to be super spot on. Kind of like a V and a U kind of tossed together. Or like the little V bird shapes. kind of something similar. Just a little something something. All right. Again, as close or far apart as you want. Right? It's your piece. Maybe it's some kind of weird alien plant life that has not yet been seen. Okay. We're getting there. On this guy. At least we're trying to get there. So if everybody had as good of a day as you possibly could. See that spot right there? That's becoming a little bit thinner than I'm necessarily happy with. But you know what? It's not a problem. I'll just grab another piece of fluff. And I will just kind of layer that on top of what we've already got going there. And you know what? Not so bad. My hands have a little bit of friction on them today, so I haven't had to add too much water here recently. I think I'll probably do one more on this guy. Because why not? Kind of looks like he could use one more. That'll probably be a pretty good... I mean, I could leave it there, but I feel like I need to bring that down a little bit further. I mean, you don't have to if you don't want to. If you want to stop it there, that's more than fine. Again, creator's choice here. As usual. A little tough to see on the darker purple what I'm actually doing here, but it's not too bad. Pop that guy up, just kind of brush him down a little bit. Again, that's just something that I tend to do. I personally think it helps the front of this lay a little bit flatter and kind of helps keep too many like craters and valleys forming as you're adding more and more fluff on there. That's just a me thing. You don't have to add it if you don't want to. But I do a lot of things that traditionally people don't normally do. Like making the little leaf snakes. It's very much a me thing. But it works for me. And I know I put that guy in there, but that was just so I could make sure I got him in there. But really want to primarily focus on one at a time. So that way each guy kind of gets shaped the way we want him to. Couldn't tell if that was a loose fuzz or just somebody that was sticking up there. Be either. And I don't think the camera was picking up what I was going after because it was very, very fine. So I probably didn't even really see it. Alright, so this guy. One stem, one leaf, one flower bud at a time. And we'll get there. We'll get there eventually. But can't really put a time limit on creativity. Like something might suddenly like hit you and you're like, oh no, no, no. We have to add this. You know, projects have a way of extending. And taking a lot longer than you may have planned on. I mean, it happens. Or maybe you're just struggling to get to where you want it to be. I mean, that can also happen. Happens to the best of us. Okay. And my leafy guys are all kind of different sizes here, and that's okay. Like, I've accepted that. And that's okay, because leaves are all... Just a second, you guys. Okay, sorry. Okay. We're gonna get this popped into here. You know what? These little bits that like aren't perfectly in tow, that's fine too. It can be little burrs coming off the edges of the leaves. It's actually giving it a little bit more personality there, and I'm okay with that. A lot of times I'd be fighting to get that in check, but you know what? For this, that's fine. Totally fine for this. Alright, gonna tack that. And kind of shape that if I can. Little guy. Coming off the side there. Alright, now. Got a little bit further here. So this guy, I'm gonna kind of bring it from the bottom because he's a little bit bigger. Just kind of tag that in there around where the bottom should be. As best as we can. Now, I think I want to add like one more to that guy just to kind of help balance him out. I'm not going to make that one as big though. Or at least the plan is to not make it as big. I mean, we'll see what happens. Okay, so I mean, I did take that over top of the other leaf. That's fine. Just to kind of add another layer to that. Like we're good there. Now I'm gonna come back in. Like, do I want that a little bit skinnier? Do I want to add some skinny bits here? I don't know. Maybe here? Maybe just add like skinny guy here. Like I didn't want to go too overly detailed in here. I mean, you can if you want. I just wasn't looking to. Alright. This guy's a little bit big. Alright. Tell you what. Tell you what we're gonna do. Take you up to the top edge. Kind of give the impression that you are extending past where we're at here. Like, I really am enjoying the effect that the black is having on top of this color combination, because it really feels like it's making that background start to pop a bit, which is great. Uh-oh. Moobot, you're not doing your job, my friend. Give me one moment. Okay. I hope there's no cap to band lists. Although maybe the ban list clears out when that account is demolished. Entirely possible. Sometimes when the colors start to kind of mush together and I'm having a hard time seeing, I will rely on the feel of it to feel if it's attached or not, because you can feel the fluff kind of slide around. You okay?
Mm-hmm. Huh? Hmm?
What's wrong?
No.
Well, you're getting your keys out.
No, I was just taking them out of my vest.
Alright. So we'll get this popped into here. I'm gonna pop that up. I mean, yeah, it doesn't look half bad from the back either. What was all that?
That was me having a beetle on my back.
A beetle?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay. Weird. Alright, just give me 1 second here. I swear, every time I put this news station website on... Oh, our town's right on the marginal to slight risk from the Storm Prediction Center line. Great. Now, see, that is nasty. That is not near us yet. It's still well on the other side of it. There's a really nasty looking cell.
Ah.
Oh, there's a tornado warning on it. That is heading for Bartlettsville. Or, not Bartlesville? Bartlesville. Oklahoma. So, I mean, it's not even to Tulsa yet, so we're okay. We've got some time. I mean, our local hourly forecast was saying, oh, maybe like 1 a.m. for when stuff was supposed to get here. But I don't know, that looks like it's moving kind of fast. Because Bartlesville is not that far from us. Okay. Alright. Get the next little bit here. Alright. Get that guy popped into there. Okay. So we're slowly marching across here. Slowly but surely. Okay. We've almost used that entire chunk of black that I had popped out when we first got started here. So we're gonna need to pull some more out here pretty soon. I only have just a little bit left outside of my fluff bag here. I mean, I've got a bunch more, but let's see if I attach you down here. Okay. That one's pretty good there. Probably one more little guy sticking up here. Perhaps. I'm not sure if I'm gonna get another one in there. Maybe I can get like a little tiny corner poking up. Alright, so I want to add another little nubby bit kind of sticking up. I don't know. Do I, don't I? Maybe just a little guy. Okay. So we'll have that little bit kind of poking up. At least in theory. Sorry, my keyboard tray was just slightly touching me. So it's making squeaky squeakies. Okay. So this guy, I don't want him to come in here a little bit crookedy. Like, not super crookedy. But a little bit crookedy. I'm hoping to get this guy finished tonight, but I also have no idea how this wood is going to take the paint. Because this is new to me wood. I had the thought of trying to paint it ahead of time, but then at the same time I was like, nah, we'll do it together. It'll be fine, I hope. Right now I'm just kind of hoping that we can get this guy wrapped up. And like that we can get the silhouettes done in time to start building the frame. Because right now, that is a concern because we've been going for an hour. Well, I mean, we got what? We put this guy in, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. This is number 5. So, I mean, we might be okay. Maybe if we can start working on the frame in an hour, we'll be okay to be able to finish tonight, but we will see. How did you find a beetle on you?
Put on my vest, and there was a beetle on it.
Oh, on the inside of it? Oh. You know,
I leaned over and felt a crawling sensation. That was a surprise.
the cats were running around in here like crazy earlier.
Maybe that's what they were after.
I wonder if they were chasing it, because they jumped on your chair a few times. Do you think tomorrow morning we can make donuts? I mean, I'm not going to be able to help you.
Oh. Well, we'll wait till you're done. Yeah.
Alright. I've got this little guy here. Got this one. Kind of tacked into there. It's going to be a little tiny bit. Just because circumstances. So we've got this guy. Oh, no, you know what? Let's go with the smaller piece here. Unprotected fingers out of there. I mean, that would be a pretty bad mess up for me to have hit them where they were, but you never know. I had the thought, so we will move them. Just to be on the safe side. Right, there's nothing wrong with that. Okay, so this guy. Work in that along the bottom. Alright, I'm gonna pop that up. Just kind of stretch that a little bit. Okay. So, now. Hi, Mr. Dog. You're gonna have to wait for Daddy, doggo. Hungry boy today. He had breakfast. He actually ate his breakfast today. He ate his dinner. And now it looks like he's looking for second dinner. And I know he technically shouldn't have a second dinner, but he's an old man. He an old man. And we're gonna give that old man what he wants. Because we love our old man, and we want him to be happy boy. And sometimes it's pulling teeth to get him to eat, so if he wants to eat, by Jove, we're gonna let that boy eat. But he's gonna have to wait until Mr. Man gets done doing what he's doing. I'm actually surprised. Oh, well, I'm not entirely surprised he waited till husband got in the middle of something to decide that he wanted second dinner. Last night, I don't think he asked for it. He spent too much of the day being mad that he wasn't in Grammy's room soaking up all of her germs to spread to the rest of us. I know, guy, I know. Your complaint has been lodged with the complaint department. I get it. I know. But you're going to have to wait a few minutes. For that complaint to be fixed. Okay? It's gonna take a few minutes. Husband's usually the one that feeds them. And if you haven't been able to tell yet, Mr. Zuzu isn't exactly the most patient pupper. I know that is shocking top secret information. And I'm sure we'll be all over the puploids on the morrow. But Mr. Zuzu is not very patient. So let me pop that up. Alrighty, so we're getting there. We've got like this much more to fill in, but I don't know if I'm gonna get there. In the time that we've got left tonight. These guys, while they're not like overly complicated, they are a little bit time consuming. I know, Guy. Your complaint was forwarded to the correct department. And the Feeding the Doggo department is aware of the situation. And they will be with you shortly. Okay? He's in the middle of an online match that he can't, or an online mission with other people that they can't pause. So it's gonna be a few minutes, Mr. Doggo. I know this information displeases you, but it's the best we can do. Okay, so we'll get this guy. I am actually working fairly quickly for me, or at least I'm trying to. Trying to stay on task here. Alright. I am a little concerned about that one thing, so let's pop back into... We're not under anything yet. Oh, wow, that is all sorts of S-curvy. Yeah, 1 a.m. might be a decent approximation, probably closer to midnight. Still on the west side of Tulsa, so we've still got some time. We're not under any issues at the moment. Right now, it looks like there might be a tornado warning out near Stillwater, Oklahoma, possibly. Oh. Bean is trying to wrestle with Zuzu. To which Zuzu's like, no. Which is terribly funny because all Zuzu wanted to do when Bean was a tiny little fluffy ball of kitten chaos was wrestle with him. But now that Bean can fight back and has, well, he's always had kind of pointy feet, but, now that Bean's learned a little more strategy, Zuzu's like, I like them when they're tiny and fluffy and don't know what they're doing. But he also really loves the guinea pigs and wants to just lick on them and play with them, and I'm like, no. You can't lick the piggies. You can't play with the piggies, you'll hurt them. So we will... that guy there. Let's try to get that one all tapped into there. Sometimes those little loose fuzzy ends can be some of the trickiest to get worked in. Sometimes you just have to accept that it's gonna be a little messy. If I thought about it longer, I probably would have done these as... Yes, sir. Welcome to the complaints department. How may I help you? I know. If this is still about the same complaint, as I specified earlier, it has been sent to the proper department. And they are working on it. I assure you. Oh, we have a second complainer to the complaints department window. Yes, ma'am. Are you two together, or is this to file a separate complaint? I think it's about the same complaint. Like, I think they're together, but I think they're individually complaining. Together, but separate. I guess to get the point across. When it has been made, we know. Okay. Alright, so we need a bit more fluff. So we could get another leafy guy in here. At least that's what we're trying to aim for. And for the record, they have dry crunchies down all of the time. And if he's truly that hungry, he will eventually eat them. We do make sure that there is a snack roll available all the time. Okay. Whoop. That might have been a little too ambitious there. Do I want it taller? A little bit taller might not be so bad. But that means I'm going to be a little short there. And I guess I could have gone a little bit shorter. But we're probably okay. Gonna need to add a couple shorter guys in here. And maybe another taller guy. As we move across here. I know that's not fully touching the bottom there, but we're okay. Okay, pop that up. Okay. This guy. Gonna anchor there. He also keeps looking out the door. I don't think this is about going potty though. This is about the time of night that he starts getting extra uppity. And sassy. looking for snack rolls. Okay. Alright. Try to half that.
Need your attention for just a second.
Alright, 1 second, you guys. I will be right back. Okay. Husband had to tell me when he went to go heat up the hot dog in the microwave for the doggo, there was a flash like there was metal in the hot dog. And there wasn't anything metal that we put in there with it. We know better. So that was interesting. We're not sure if it was the microwave suddenly being stupid, or if there was something in the hot dog, so he threw the hot dogs out. Because we're not gonna play with that, but that's kind of concerning. And I asked him, I was like, well, is it the microwave? Or was it the hot dog? He goes, I don't know. Do microwaves just flash when they're like on their way out, or do they just not turn on? Because that's a little terrifying. and a little bit concerning. We used it earlier tonight, it was fine. Nothing like getting a white cat hair in your black yarn fluff. How did you heat the bacon?
With water,
Hmm.
like from the kettle. I'm just leaving it alone for now, hon.
That's so weird.
It's probably something to do with hot dogs, huh?
Doesn't make it any less weird. Right. This guy. Popped into there. Yes, let's go and mess with it. Okay, so we are do this. It's hard to trust an appliance once it starts to betray you. Out of nowhere, it's like, what did you do? Why did you do that? And it can't tell you why it did that. So then it's like, huh. That's a microwave. We've had that one for a good amount of time. It's been a few years. Especially when they start getting a couple years on them nowadays, it's like, why? Why have you forsaken me? Now I'm a little hesitant to use you. Because you just did things that you shouldn't have. For no reason. Which, you know. At least for this anxiety muffin, it's like, how about no? How about you don't do that? That was not okay. For all I know, there could have been metal shards that we just didn't see that were super tiny in the hot dog. I mean, that could have been very, very possible. Oh, I can't remember if I told you guys, I got a new stuffy. Add to my stuffed animal collection. When we were at the zoo, I got an anteater. I've never had an anteater stuffed animal. I almost got a snowy owl, but it was a little too fuzzy and I thought the cats would try to rip the fur off of it. So I was like, maybe we'll just get you. I already have the flamingo that they had. It didn't look like they had anybody like brand new aside from the they had two different elephants though. I did notice that. I'd gotten a porcupine there before and there didn't seem to be one this time, so I'm glad I got it when I did. And they had a snake that actually stood up. It was like coiled. That was kind of interesting. And they had a little alligator. It's a very small gift shop, so they didn't have a whole lot. That's my mom to get the elephants, and she said she loves elephants so much and wanted to go see them. I'm like, well, then you need an elephant stuffy. Here, there's 2 to choose from. Pick one. She's like, now, and I'm like, what are you gonna do? It's like, you can't take your money with you. You can take the elephant with you, though. Why not? Right? Like, why not? I don't know if we're gonna be starting the frame in the next half an hour. These guys are taking me a little bit of time. Okay. So, let's see here. How long do you need to be? I don't want you super, super long. But you also that might be good. You okay?
Yeah.
You seemed to be walking with purpose. Did you forget to take that?
I'm not sure now.
I thought you came in and took it.
I'm gonna believe that you.
Like, you were messing around with something with my mom, and then I thought you came in.
Well, I'm not gonna mess with it now, so. I'm not sure.
I
have to go.
think you did. Oh, we still have to get that pillbox out of the...
What?
We have to get that pillbox out of the car.
Yeah.
I forgot to grab it. When we came in... So, yeah, we'll have this guy be about that tall. And then I think everybody else I might start to taper a little bit shorter. As we work our way toward the finish line here. At least as far as the stabbing goes. I'm not sure how many more I need to try to work in here. It's definitely a couple. Right? Like, I don't know if it's 2 more. I don't know if it's 3 more. Might be closer to 3. Alright, I'm just really trying not to be touching my keyboard tray so it doesn't make the obnoxious creaking noise. But that's a little difficult. I can't have my chair up much higher than it is because then my legs hit the bottom of the keyboard tray because this desk really wasn't height designed for a keyboard tray for clearance leg room for your chair to be a certain height. And when you have some slightly larger assets, they tend to hit things that you don't want them to hit a lot of the time. Growing up, there would always be people around me that are like, I want larger assets. And I'm like, no, you really don't. And they're like, I do. I'm like, no, no, you really don't. Trust me. Coming from someone that has had to live with them, you don't. They're not fun. They're really not. They're constantly in the way. They're heavy. You have to carry them around. It's not fun. It's really not all it's cracked up to be. Trust me. Well, we are now under a severe thunderstorm watch until 4 a.m. Joy. That's not fun. I don't want any parts of that. I mean, I guess it's better than a tornado watch, but at the same time, you can still have tornadoes with severe thunderstorms. Like in severe thunderstorm watches, like that's still a possibility. It's not exclusive. Like, it doesn't mean it's not possible. But I guess at least there's a watch there, so we know to be aware. I mean, our biggest concern might just be hail and wind, and if so, that's fine with me. I can handle that a lot better. What, did you have to go fishing for Bean?
Yeah, I had to go catfishing.
Where was he?
He was on your mom's bed. Where he goes when he knows it's the end of the day and he doesn't want to go in yet.
I almost told you to grab him when he was laying on our bed. Next time, try one of these wooden sticks of mine, because he was really digging those earlier. And you think he's catching on to the catfishing trick with the dog leashes?
Eventually, as long as I kept playing with him.
The last time I tried to do it, he was refusing to come out. And I couldn't really try to use the laser pointer because then everybody wanted to join in.
Oh, they were all chasing the... I actually relied on that. They were all playing with it, so we decided it was safe enough to come out and play.
But when I tried to do that with the laser pointer, he was waiting for everybody else to take their turn and play, and he was, like, ignoring it. And I'm like, no, no, come out. I need you to come out, silly boy. So we are under a severe thunderstorm watch now.
Yeah.
Until 4 a.m. I don't know if you got the text about it or not. Nope, come. Oh, I lost that bit of fluff. It has decided to become one with the dust bunnies. And the other magical mysteries that are under my desk. I don't know, do we think I can get 2 more done in 20 minutes? Probably not. Probably not. Although I suppose it depends on how tall they are. So did you throw the entire pack of hot dogs away?
What?
Did you throw the entire pack of hot dogs away, or just those 2?
Just the ones I microwaved.
So that's
tomorrow I will experiment and see if it's a hot dog or the microwave.
That's concerning.
We don't get worked up. We'll figure it out tomorrow.
Alright, so this guy, I kind of want this guy to be on the end. I didn't really want him on the very, very edge. I mean, if I was painting with paint, then, you know, I probably wouldn't care so much about it going off the edge. Hi, Mr. Doggo. No, you're done for the night. The complaints department is closed. What is the matter now? Did you not eat your second dinner?
No, they clear their bowl. Susie would not.
You can't possibly still be hungies.
No, you're all done, buddy.
No, Mommy's streaming at this time of night now. Is he mad because the lights are on? Sometimes he does that to me when he wants to go to bed. he will get mad and constantly come back and give me a hard time until I turn all the lights off. Sorry, guy, but we need to stream at this time of night for a little while. It has to at least be for the next month, at the very least. Alright. So... got a few more guys. I'm gonna do at least one more here, but I wanted to get this guy on the end popped in first. Just to make sure I knew how far over I was going. That way I can get everything else worked in there. No, don't you be giving me an attitude. I heard you. No. No. No, Mr. Doggo.
Zuzu, you're all done. Go lay down.
No, I'm not going to bed yet. No, you've got crunchies over there. You eat those.
Zuzu, enough. Come on. Enough. Go. Enough. You're all done.
And there's no weather
Done. Go.
near us right now, so...
Had 3 meals today. You're all done. Go. Go on. You're very adorable. I don't care. Go. Go on. Go. Go lay down.
Your friend certainly doesn't need another
Go
meal.
Lay down. Lay down. All done.
I wonder if he's mad because he smells...
Well, life's unfair because I'm not feeding any of that till I have a chance to properly.
Yeah, no, I understand that, and I'm totally fine with that, but I wonder if that's what the issue is. Can you, turn that light off? Maybe he'll start to settle down a little bit. I don't think that's gonna affect me all that much with the spotlights I've got going on over here. I'm gonna need to pull some more fluff out, especially to finish this guy, because that's not quite enough to finish this one. Kind of tap everybody down in place there. I do have the glue gun standing by. I haven't plugged them in yet. I figure I will plug that guy in as soon as we go to start painting. Because that should be enough time for that to start warming up. In fact, it'll probably be dripping a bit. Okay, I doubt, highly doubt, I'm going to need the entirety of that fluff that I just pulled out. But one never knows. Okay. So we need a little bit more. Alright, so we'll get this guy kind of worked into there. And again, you can do this as heavily planted or sparsely planted as you really want. Kind of torn between adding a little bit more and just wanting to keep moving. On this guy. But I think that we are doing fairly good here, so let me kind of start working our way through this guy. That is a little bit thicker than I am looking for. Way thicker than I'm looking for there. All right. So this guy, you know what, I'm gonna do him a little bit shorter. I don't have too many short guys in here. And I would kind of like another short guy. And I could layer this up a bit more, but at the same time, I really don't want to lose that glow in the background. If I go too much heavier, I'm afraid I might. because I'm feeling like I'm at a good place with it personally. Okay, so just tuck that in there pretty good. I mean, the frame should be sitting on that part, but you know, still want to make sure it looks okay. Okay. So I'm gonna kind of do the little V U-shaped thing there on this guy. Okay, I thought I had another little bitty bit here, but maybe not. Alrighty, so I'm just gonna try to work on getting these bits attached here. Alrighty. Oh gosh, that's like a bit too big for what I'm looking for here. Okay, so I just want to do a few more of these guys onto here. Hopefully, kind of get that worked into there. where I'm happy with it. Question is now, do I want to take that like all the way down? Or do I want to like stop there and do some leafy bits? Leafy bits. Okay. Maybe leafy bits. And we'll get that. Popped up to there. Try to get another. Oh, that's a lot. That's a little too much there. Okay. That. Popped into there. Alrighty. Needs a little bit more stabbing, and then I think we are good. Alright, so I'm gonna stick that back into my fluff bag. Okay, I need. Excuse me, thank you. That and this guy. We're going to pop you back into your safety holder. Alright, and I'm going to put my mat down and away. Now, to make this a little bit easier on myself before I cut the edges off, I'm gonna come in with the razor that I used to clean the mat, and I'm just going to shave the back of this down a little bit, just to kind of help make sure that we don't have anything too long back here. I want to get a good contact with the tacky glue as best as I can. Just help us with that, keep it from sitting up a little too high, and then we won't have to use a crazy amount of glue either. too bad there. I will clean up that bottom edge a little bit more with our scissors. Just wanted to get like the bulk of the mess and excess off there. Let's see here, I need to unplug that. Okay. I'm gonna pull my tape off. Or we don't need you any longer. Okay, so we're looking pretty good there already. So that's not so bad. But now, see how far off we are. Oh, that did pull in, didn't it? Ooh, that did. Oh, gotta be a little short. Okay. So, I'm going to trim this. As close to that bottom edge as I dare. It's a little uneven there. So I might be a little short top to bottom. So next time I will try to give myself a little extra. Because, oh yeah, buddy, we are, I mean, I traced the piece. So that's a little angering. Hopefully I can stretch it a bit more once I get it in the frame. We will see. Now my edges here. These were where I thought we were gonna have more trouble than we ended up having. Now that that kind of tucked in itself on its own. Just how that felted, but yeah, it's crazy how much that can really shrink in. So that's a wee bit of an issue there. So I'm just gonna run across at a slight angle on this bottom edge across the back. Just trying to trim up anybody that might be trying to stick down too far and cause some problems. Okay. Well, we're gonna have a fun time with this one, but I kind of figured as much. So, like, I don't want to get paint on this. Give me the glue gun here. You are on, and you are warming up. Okay, now. I should have too long, too short. And these guys should be about the same. Okay, now this guy, we are going with a lamp black. I'm going, oh, I didn't get the hanging string. I need to get that. So I'm gonna put some of our black paint down. I'm probably gonna need to grab more of that. We'll go with this guy. Let's see how he covers. I'd gotten paint on my pants for a second. It was a piece of fluff. It's about to be like, what in the heck? Okay. So, like we said, I'm not sure how well this wood is going to take this paint. When I've painted on it before, I gessoed it. Wow. Well, this is very, very thirsty wood. It's holding the paint pretty well, but it is sucking it in pretty good too. Like, I can see where it's still kind of on the surface and shiny, but it's not staying there long. Oh yeah, we will definitely need a lot more of this paint out. For sure. I mean, it's covering fairly well so far. Definitely only doing one side of this. I don't have an infinite amount of this color. So I'm either going to have to switch back to apple barrel that I can currently get at Walmart for when I'm in a pinch, or some of the colors I use a fair bit of. I'm going to have to stock up when we go to Michael's. Because, holy cow. I'm not even really trying to overly put it on here. I mean, it's covering nice. It's just taking a lot. Big question is going to be, how are the other pieces going to handle it? They are new to me wood entirely, so I'm not real certain how those are going to behave. It also feels like it's a lot more paint, but we're also working on a much bigger surface than 3x3. I gotta remind myself of that. Well, the only thing I have to put on the back of this to use as a hanger is going to be some rustic string. Swear.
Yeah, she's also blowing cigarettes for tomorrow.
Huh?
Oh, nothing. She's blowing through cigarettes for tomorrow.
Why?
Don't know. This is at least 3 that she's getting.
Well, she's not getting them at 5 o'clock tomorrow.
Nope.
Alright, so we will work on this. Switch to a later stream time to cut down on parental interruptions.
Yeah,
And so what happens then? Parental interruptions shift. The whole reason.
Ignored you for 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
And then you start recording this morning, and immediately everybody needs to fucking walk up and make noise.
Thank you. Yes.
No, you're not getting anything more right now.
Like, I don't understand. I really don't. Suzu, no. Hush.
I said no. No.
You're all done for tonight.
Oh my god, Snuffles is wandering around at the empty food bowls. All right. All
You guys. He would just keep barking until he got his way anyway. I mean, this one's not bad. It was thin. I don't know what this is. I don't know if it's bass. It might be balsa. That I had picked up from Amazon a while back. Wow. This end is being a lot harder to evenly cover. Like this end isn't bad. That end got a little fussy. Can I finish this in an hour? Probably not. We'll probably still be painting everything come 11:30. I might be going a little bit over tonight. As one does.
Come on.
I'm trying to not be too sloppy with it. We need to work our way into there. Like that one section just looks a little sus for how the paint went in, so we're gonna have to give that a minute. You might have to put an appetizer in there.
He will eat it if he's hungry.
I'm beginning to wonder if he needed to OTTY. I was being weird about it.
He's long since stopped trying to drag us out for that, so.
Is His Majesty at least eating?
Huh?
Is His Majesty at least eating?
No, I think he's pottying.
I said sometimes he's weird. And then I don't know what he wants.
Huh?
Sometimes he wants to be weird and then I don't know what he wants.
Well, I tried. Good enough.
So why is that streaky? I do not know. Is it just because it's a little bit thicker there? Don't know. Alright. Yeah, we're gonna need a little bit more paint out here. That much is becoming apparent because we still have to do the frame. I'm actually wondering if I need to paint the interior of the frame. I really don't want to. I think I'll be able to stretch it a little bit. at least the way I need it to. Okay, so definitely need some more here. Okay, so I need to try to get the edges here. Okay, there's one side. Yeah, just put my thumb in wet paint. Good job. It's gonna be a little hard to see. I'm just getting this main edge here, because I'm not entirely sure where the wood is going to be attached. It should be attached up against this edge, so I might not have needed to paint it, but it's going to be easier to just take care of it now. Okay. Last edge on this one. That worked into there. Okay, so you need to chill out there for a minute. All right. Now, how are you going to take this? Are you going to be awful about it? I've not tried to paint this stuff yet. So these are like little bamboo sticks. And I had him help me cut these. In the hopes that I wouldn't be fighting with them so bad. But I just realized now I don't have anywhere to hold on to it. So I don't get paint everywhere. Or get my fingerprints in it. There's that. Alright, so it's not taking the paint too badly. It's not really fighting me on it, so that's something. I wasn't sure what to expect. Because, you know, reading reviews is such a roll of the dice. Some people are articulate in their reviews and to the point about what any issues might be, and actually describe them and explain them accurately and detailed. And other people are like out there throwing shade and one-star reviews for something that wasn't a product issue but was a company issue, and I'm like I never got it, or I did order online in-store pickup, and by the time I got in there to pick it up, somebody else had picked up my order and I never got the item. And I'm like, that's not the item's fault. Why are you giving a one-star review on the item? Like, how late were you in picking this thing up? Because they only hold the online orders for in-store pickup for so long. Did you talk to somebody in store when it wasn't there? Because I didn't think just anybody could pick up your stuff. I mean, I don't know how they handle it, but seems a little odd. Did you at least get a refund? Did you talk to customer service in the store? Like, are they sure it didn't get misplaced in a different bin? We used to do special orders at AC Moore for things, where if somebody needed a lot of something, we're like, yeah, let's do a special order so you don't wipe out my entire shelf. Okay. Let's do that. And then sometimes these people would do that and then they would never come and pick up the stuff. Oh, I found it somewhere else. I don't need it now. And we didn't take deposits on them, and we so totally should have. But then I guess we would have had people in there bitching that they wanted a refund on their deposit. Or bitching that they lost their receipt and their paperwork that showed that they made the deposit. And we had a thing where, you know, you have to pick up the entirety of the special order. We had this one lady. These foam Christmas kids craft kits. Or holiday craft kits. At one point, we had to order them in an assortment. And she would order a whole bunch and then come in to pick it up, but then she's like, oh, well, I can only pick up like 4 of them today. And I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. And then sometimes she wouldn't come back and get the rest of them because she only wanted specific ones in the thing. I'm like, no. I always cringed when she came in. I'm like, no. And we told her every time, but, you know, what the policy was after management told us to tell her the policy, and it's like, I'll tell her the policy till I'm blue in the face, but it means absolutely nothing if you're not going to enforce the policy on her. So, what's the point? That drove me crazy, running front end. And I damn well knew what the policy was, and somebody's up there arguing with me. Well, they did it for me last time. Call a manager up, and then the manager doesn't want to deal with it, and they're like, just do it. I'm like, you understand the monstrous situation you are creating now. Every time this woman comes in. Every time. She's gonna be a pain in the ass. Demand to speak to a manager. You're creating this problem. Like, you're supposed to back us up when someone's arguing with us over the policy. And you can only tell them just this once so many times, because then they're going to come in again, and then they're going to come in again, and then they're going to come in again. And they're going to keep manager shopping until they get what they want. I was so, like, I liked working there, but none of the management had a backbone when it came to arguing with the customers up front. Especially on certain return items. I'm like, you don't have a receipt. You're not getting the cash back. And then the customers knew when they pulled one over on us, because they'd be all smirky and gloaty at us. And we just had to fucking take it. Like, I liked merchandising in there. I didn't like front end at all. I didn't like arguing with people. And I hated that the return policy while I was there was as long as you had your receipt. Didn't matter if the item had been discontinued, hadn't sold it since we first opened, and it was price ticketed by hand because we had price guns. And some of that stuff had been discontinued and didn't scan. Which made things really difficult because it got priced as department. So if you couldn't decipher the receipt to figure out the department numbers and to what this item might have been, it's definitely a challenge. I had people be disgusted with me as they stood in line, yapping on their phones, and I'm trying to get their attention because I have a question for them about their return, and they're just totally ignoring me, so I just stood there and waited for them. And the one lady's like, what's the problem? I'm like, your item's on the receipt. Like, I need a moment of your time, ma'am. The item is on this receipt, but this receipt is not for here. It's for our competitor. And then they have the nerve to be disgusted with me and snatch it out of my hands and leave in a huff. And I'm like, did you know you were in the wrong store and trying to get me to take it back? Is that what this was? No, no. Like, your item is on the receipt. It was an item we also sold. So if she hadn't had her receipt, she could have gotten a gift card for it. Because it did ring up in our system. But it also would have been at 40% off without her receipt, because most people had coupons for even the stupidest, cheapest shit. Because the customers that frequented that store were maniacs about the 40% off coupon. If there were people that would be using it on dollar items, I'm like, you don't want to save that for something more expensive? I mean, we put them out every week, so it wasn't like it was a huge thing. And, well, the chain is closed and bankrupt and shuttered, so I can say this. It got to the point where we had photocopies of extra coupons at the register, but we weren't allowed to hand them out unless somebody else said that they forgot their coupon and it looked like a genuine, fuck, I forgot my coupon kind of situation. We didn't let them know we had them at the register because there were little old gray-haired ladies that would have a shopping cart overflowing with yarn where it said 1 per visit, and they would park their shopping cart up front, and like there was 3 or 4 of them where they would all take turns going through different lines using a 40 off coupon on each and every ball of yarn. I don't blame them, some of that yarn was expensive, but the manager was watching them at the time. He's like, ma'am, you can't do that. And she's like, it says per visit, it doesn't say per day on the coupon. He's like, well, can you at least do me a favor and walk out to your car and then come back in? To make it look like it's a separate visit. There was so much coupon abuse in that place. It was ridiculous. But he also didn't want to argue with somebody's grandma over it. Okay, we're down to the little guys now. So, I mean, the paint's taking fairly well. I really should have rinsed my brush because it's getting paint built up in it. But, it's taking it well. Just, I also have some of this brown trying to stick to it, so I'm probably gonna have to do some touch-up after we get everybody attached. Which, you know, not that big of a surprise. Alright. I might have to turn the fan on here in just a minute. To try to get this to dry a little bit faster. Oh, I have to come back and get those end bits there. And it's much safer to paint this in full now than to try to paint it after we assemble, especially with my fumbly hands at times. We've got, what, one more after this. Also trying to make sure I get done before any potential weather moves in. I think we'll be okay. I mean, I'm covered in black paint, but that's not exactly anything new. I'm usually covered in something. I mean, I wasn't really trying all that hard to not be covered in something, but kind of figured. Especially since I didn't, the one downside about cutting this ahead of time was that I don't have any little hand-holdy tabs. Alright, so who's still you? Alright, so we'll get you. Coated into there. Okay, who was next driest? You're not really. Okay, let me put the fan on. The mic might pick it up a little bit. Hopefully it doesn't pick it up too much. That's pretty good there. Like, it's just such a tiny amount. I need to fill in on these nice little bits here. I forgot to pull out my glue brush too, I just realized. So I need to pick somebody to be our designated glue brush. Okay. That is probably good enough. I'm gonna take a couple of swirls through here to try to get that paint out. Alright, I'm going to refresh my little water cup here. try to make sure I did get the paint out, or at least as much of it as I could. It's hard to tell. Hard to tell how bad of a job I did getting it rinsed. Especially when it's black paint, because it's like, you look the same no matter what. So, alright, I'm going to dump that. We've got a little bit more there. Now, let's see here. I need a brush that I can use for glue. I don't know where my other glue brush is. I don't know if it's in my other brush cup or what. It must be. Wait. You're kinda tiny. You know what? I'm not a huge fan of that brush. We'll use that one. Okay. Oh. Joints are angies. Okay, so we need our glue up here for our tacky glue. Alright, I'm gonna turn that off. It's probably not dry enough, but we'll figure it out. Okay. Okay, so these four, I believe, are in fact the same. Alright. I think I might have to start. Yeah, alright. So I'm gonna use the longer pieces because those are right up there. Where I want them to be. Well, the few times I don't have black pants on. Yeah, let's use black paint. That's helpful. Alright, so I am just running the brush with the glue down the short edge, like the side edge here. With a bit of glue. Okay, now I'm going to rinse that. This might have been the one I used the last time. Paintbrush. I think I know where the other glue brush is, but I'm not digging it out right now. Okay. I need to move you over to there. Okay. You, my friend. The tacky glue is paintable. That. I kind of had it. But then I like kind of didn't. It's not going to be like a perfectly flush measurement here. Because we didn't have power tools and all for that. Okay. So now I'm going to take this. Can't really see what I'm doing that well, but I'm running the nozzle right up on the seam where these two are meeting to just try to melt that in there and make it a little bit smoother. And I'm not squeezing a bunch out, kind of like a barely squeeze there, just a little bit, and just keep running the bead back and forth till I've got enough in there. Glue strings on the outside of that. But you know, not ideal. That is not to be thrilled about. Okay. So let me see. This is the other long one. I'm gonna do the same thing to this end. So the tacky glue I'm doing to get that initial grab, because the dry time on it's not too terrible. However, it is not the greatest dry time when you're trying to do something live and get it done. But this hot glue that I've had, I don't know if these are older sticks or if they changed the formula or something. It doesn't always want to hold very well, and I'm not really sure why. But I've had trouble with these hot glue sticks for a while now. But I don't go through the hot glue that often, so I'm just trying to make it work. So that entails adding this step. With the hot glue and the tacky glue combo. It's worked fairly well. With the magnets. I kind of wish this was a mini, but if it's a mini, I might like lose sight of it, as silly as that sounds. I might like bump it with my hand. Okay, that looks like I did get that on there. Sometimes it feels like there isn't any glue coming out. I don't know why. Okay. So now onto the long side. So, I mean, could you do this with just the hot glue? Yeah, maybe. I think that's gonna come down to how much faith and trust do you put into your hot glue? Because I don't trust my hot glue very much after the way it has betrayed me recently, so I'm not sure if I just didn't like give it long enough to cure, but there were times where I used hot glue on stuff and it was like pulling teeth to get it off of there. And then all of a sudden I'd be using that hot glue and 10 minutes later the stuff would fall off. And I'm like, the heck? I was like, I just put you on. And you were dry. Like, what is this madness? It's crazy. Probably shouldn't have used a brush that was white bristles on white glue. That does make it a little bit more difficult to see if I've gotten all of the glue out of the brush, but okay, so these guys should all be the same length. Okay. Alright, so you do have the tiniest of tiny gaps there. And that is another reason why I'm gonna try to scooch you back so I don't get anything on you. Also why I prefer adding the hot glue in here, because that way it will fill in any potential gaps. Now, I have not had any trouble with these frames, at least for the magnets. Not holding, so that is good. Okay. Seems like a slight gap on the back, but I think we're good. Ugh, this contact paper is taking a beating tonight. Alright. So let's get the last edge side on here. I'm really nervous to see how short this thing is. It's gonna be a little short. I just didn't expect it to be short on top and bottom. I thought I had given myself enough room. So that piece really shrunk in. So if I ever do another one of these, like this size, which I'm sure it will eventually, I will have to remember to give myself a little bit more leeway, because I'm okay with trimming a tiny bit. That's fine, as long as it doesn't like trim into the design too much. But I certainly can't add more real estate that isn't there. After the fact, so so all of those swords are kind of hanging out. In northern Oklahoma, like they have been all night. So I don't know when, I gotta be careful, when they're gonna get here. Alright, so probably not gonna be able to see this part very well. Just if you've seen me do the magnet, it's the same sort of thing, like a little bit in the corner. And then kind of running down the seam here. Where these two meet up. But I'm trying to get the nozzle in there and specifically have contact with the nozzle. So that's just a smidge off, but you know what? It's definitely handmade because there's imperfections, and that's okay. You know what? It happens with handmade stuff. It's gonna happen. Alright. So we've got our box here. Got our mounting block. No, that's kind of clogged. There's definitely some build up there. It happens, it's glue. But if I don't try to pull, some of it out. Oh my goodness. What is the matter? There we go. Yeah, that's better. Had a little glue plug hiding all up in there. So I'm doing this bit with the tacky glue. Because I'm hoping the tacky glue will stay wet long enough to cooperate. it should, in theory, stay wetter than the hot glue. Ooh, my hands are cramping. Like, I don't think the nozzle's still all that clogged. I've got a good amount coming out. Just want to make sure I've got a good bed of this in here. All right, let's see. This down in here is not very thick. Okay. Whew. Tough sledding. Okay. And of course, I'm using like the tiniest brush ever. But hopefully, I can work fast enough to get this scrubbed in and smooshed about. It won't be too much of a problem. Gosh, I can feel the thinner beads of it starting to set up already. Like, I just laid it down. Just trying to get that spread about here. I mean, I could use a bigger brush, but I didn't have any bigger brushes that I'm not super fond of at this moment on hand. This side was a little light, actually. Like that could have used a little bit more. Or probably okay though. Let me try to get that rinsed up. Okay, so we're gonna take this guy now and we are going to try our darndest to stretch him A little bit of glue where I didn't want it to go. So that is going to be very short down there. I usually have it a little bit closer. I'm usually like tucking it in where it overlaps. Hopefully. What is Peabut doing? Hippopotamus? What are you doing? Hopefully. It is going to be visible. Dang. Well, that's a shame. Well, do I want it to go this way? That way might be easier. Alright. So I am going to apply the glue. I'm going to need more glue. To this one side. Like, I don't want a huge amount of glue on here, but I also don't want it so little that it's gonna be dry by the time I get to the end of the stick here. Could I do this with hot glue? Maybe. Would it hold better with the hot glue? Don't know. Again, gonna come down to how much you trust your hot glue. Okay. I am going to oh, well, I didn't want you to do that. I wanted you to sit there. But, of course, I mean, I could try. Like, I can try to, get it on there. I do so without burning myself. That's another question entirely. Oh, why are you being such a shit? Like, for real. You are being a bit of a shithead here. You're just... I am paranoid as hell that I am going to burn myself. You are just being... You're just being a brat, is what you're being. Alright. We need more glue here. Okay. At least with the tacky, I know I'm not going to burn myself. I'm definitely making a mess, but don't really have a clamp that I can put in there. It doesn't help that this one's a little bit bowed. So that is definitely not helping matters. But I wasn't sure if it would be better to have the bowed side up or down. First I was thinking, oh well, both side up, and I'm like, I'm gonna have a heck of a time getting it to keep contact. I'm like, okay, so if I just push down on it, we'll be fine, but I almost need like a tiny like a tiny clamp. Very carefully try to do it this way. Of course, anything that you do black shows every little bit of the fight to complete the project. Have happening up here. Ah, you bastard. You need to sit there. Who's mowing? Cow. Don't be in here mowing like something's the matter. Try to get all the little glue bits off my fingers before I come back in here touching stuff. Now, in the past, I've used my little mini binder clips with varying degrees of success. As a clamp. Gosh, this one does not want to grip. And that is crazy. Like, I can't really get the hot glue gun in there. Oh no. Oh no. These are too short. Oh no. They're too short.
How much too short?
That much too short?
Well, sorry, the whole thing was warped, so there was only so much I could do. Alright, so... Well, just means I gotta cut a fresh one.
Yeah, because those are...
Yeah, I know they're too short. Alright, so let me grab a... Again, it was kind of hard for me to measure because the sticks themselves were out of... You got that pencil?
There's either one in the pencil bag in the thing, or there might be a pen or something in the bucket. That does not want
is the
to
top
stay.
and bottom secure-ish?
The bottom's not wanting to stay. I'm also fighting with that.
Just for simplicity, we'll do from either side. Okay.
Goodness, I figured this one would be easier since it was bigger. And this one's been fighting me more.
check these real quick before you paint them.
Nope.
Yeah, I know. That's why I asked you to check them.
That one's good. This one's not.
Okay, give me the one that's good. Okay, that's because the two sides are different. Okay. Alright, so I need slightly more. Go. There you go. Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Sorry.
I'm more mad that I can't get this one to attach.
This what?
The bottom piece won't attach.
Well, again, the sticks are kind of warped to begin with, so.
Yeah. I didn't realize that one was that badly warped. Nothing I'm doing is helping that. Oh no, that's not gonna help. That's gonna make it worse. Okay. I am going to just kind of sit that like that for a minute. Alright, so we need to rinse that guy. And that out. Okay. Alright, so where did I throw it back in the bucket? Did I lose the paintbrush? Or did I toss it back into the bucket? I'm not. Have I lost my mind? Like, it wasn't that short of a paintbrush. Friends, like, what did I... Okay. Sure. It's a gray-handled brush. What the heck? I'm losing my mind. Seriously? Okay. I don't know what I did with the paintbrush I just used. I rinsed it really good, and I thought, oh wait, is that it? Yeah, that's it. Okay. It's hiding in there on me. It's like, no. Alright, we're gonna try this one more time. Now, I'm sitting on top of the piece. I've got it upside down, hoping the weight of itself will maybe convince it to cooperate a bit for us here. And now Cow is deciding to walk around meowing. Not entirely sure why. Cow! What's the matter? It's probably just wanting attention. But now Peanut is digging at the side of a plastic container that has clothes in it. I guess for funsies. Alright, I need to put the fan back on here for a minute. To try to get this to dry a bit here. Or to dry faster at least. Hopefully. It's trying to dry faster. I mean, that's the one good thing about the other stuff. Like the other wood, it dried really fast. But this isn't doing too bad. Just find a dry enough spot to get my fingers in without ripping the paint off of it. That's mostly what I'm hoping for here. It's like they weren't very big pieces, and there was only 2 of them. And the other pieces seemed like they dried fairly fast. But, now, these ones are gonna be gonna be troublesome. Gosh, even with the fan on. It's trying to get there. You know, while I'm just painting my plate here. When I really shouldn't be. We're so close to being in the home stretch. I mean, we're still kind of in the home stretch. We just had to take a couple steps back here. There. So I'm gonna rinse this guy. At least try to. Holding this other piece up to get it to dry. I don't know how clean that is, but here's to hoping. Here's to hoping. Alright, my hands are still covered in bits of glue here. Alright. Your friend is looking pretty good there. Oh, I put out way too much black paint to finish it up. Although we might have to do a touch up here. Wow. You are just refusing to cooperate. Oh my god. Wow. It's just straight up refusing. Nothing I am doing. Only other thing I can try at this point would be the super glue. And I hate going the super glue route. Especially on something quite so large. Right, because I feel like that is opening myself up for all sorts of trouble. Just trying to get the glue off of my fingers before we attempt to proceed here. Okay. So hopefully okay. I've gotten this stuff on my fingers before, and it's not a good time. Like, I can clean it up as soon as I get it to grip. Just don't like using the super. Too much can go wrong with it, you know? Gosh. That might be enough of a grip on that. Okay. Usually I would just slather the back of the piece, but on the magnets, that works a little bit better. Shoot, who is who? Are you this one? You're the longer one, right? No, maybe you are. You are that one. Dang it. Got my finger in it. Can't touch anything else now. So, I mean, once you get it framed, it doesn't look quite so bad. I mean, there's a little bit of gap at the top there and at the bottom where you can see a little bit of the glue. I'm surprised that's picking up. But you know what? It's mounted. Trying to be careful here. That it's not super glue that I'm touching. That's pretty good there. Okay. Now I need just come back in. Good job. Where did that go? Oh, this has not been our night. Not been our night at all. So, come back in here. And just kind of do a quick but careful touch up. Along the top edge here. Okay. All right, now I haven't added the hanging string yet. And that's okay. We will get that. I can get that later. I'm literally just coming along the edges here. Carefully adding some touch-ups. Here and there. Like this whole bottom edge. I probably should have just pulled out the super glue when it was first giving me trouble. But I do hate to resort to that. Because A, that stuff is scary. and B, they don't give you very much of it for the cost. But I need to order more magnets. So I guess I'm gonna need to order some more of that. Also, like, it says it dries clear, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, I'd rather just, you know, touch up a little bit of the strangeness while I'm at it. Right, like we're already here. We already have it out. At that point, we might as well okay, the back's really not so bad. Okay, let me rinse that. I am surprised the camera is... Oh, no. Okay, I guess from my angle it just didn't look that bad. I mean, this is going to be a really big risk. So that helped a little bit there. So this one was a bit of an experiment at this size to see, you know, what would work, what wouldn't quite work, what I might need to do differently. That is still showing. Oh, that's glue, that's why. Okay. Alright, see, little paint fixed it. Alright. Let me rinse that. Okay, that's gonna go in that bucket. That I'm going to dump out that there. Okay. Now the last thing that we need to do. Can you feed the cats?
Hmm?
Can you feed the cats?
Yeah.
It's like baby stuff that fell. Okay. So this guy. Alright, so now to figure out how long do we want you to be? Probably not very. So, like, geez, please. Okay. You. There. I'm just gonna add a little more. On top, just to kind of sandwich that in. Get my little cobwebs off of there. So that is drying. Why are you being weird here? I don't know, but you are. There, I'm gonna grab my paint. Oh, lost my balance. My paint markings here. They were very specific on how they were supposed to be, and I probably did not have them that way, so we will see if they still work. Good enough. Actually, it's a lot later than I was expecting it to be, but there we go. Alrighty. It was hard fought, but we got there in the end. And not the same exact as the reference photo, but you know what? I'm okay with that. And I am fairly happy with how that came out. And we'll go with that. So thank you guys for checking this one out. Sorry we went a little bit longer today, but you know, trying to get things done and caught up. And all that jazz. Now, today, in the next couple of hours and throughout the day, there's a chance for us to have some thunderstorms. Hold on one second. So it shouldn't be storming during stream time, I don't think, for Friday evening, but I also don't know how sleep is gonna go today with the doggo. We will see what happens with that, but we're gonna try for Planet Zoo tomorrow night. Keep an eye on the Blue Sky account, because if I have to cancel, I will post there. There will be a link to that in the About section or down below. There's also links for the Ko-fi page for those that don't want to support through Twitch. You can support through Ko-fi. And there is also a link to the YouTube channel where we archive most of the live streams. And there's also some YouTube exclusive stuff over there. Sometimes it's art projects, sometimes it's games, such as Bear Breakfast, Little Known Galaxy, which you all seem to be digging at the moment. Honey, I Joined a Cult. And next up is probably going to be Bookbound or Bookshop Simulator. I haven't decided which one yet. Probably Bookbound. And so that will... See, I'm working my way through the last of Little Known Galaxy now. So probably maybe the end of June? Maybe, we'll see, because I thought we were just about done Little Known Galaxy already, and then they surprised me with another quest that is long-winded, so that's what I'm working on now. But we'll see. It'll be soonish. But we'll get there. So I hope we can get Planet Zoo in tomorrow. I'm excited to get back to working on our boat ride station, the first station. Still have a lot of work to do on that area. But I will see everybody tomorrow. Hopefully you guys enjoy the rest of your night. Stay safe. Have a way to get weather alerts if you are heading out to bed. And until next time, have a good one.